Hello, everyone. This is Pinkie the Housewife, and today is election night, November the 5th. This is election day. Election day was here, now it's election night. We are cutting straight through everything, the bull, to see exactly what's going on. Let me just say everything is alleged. This is my opinion only. This video is made for educational and entertainment purposes only. Now let's get down to everything. We're going to see what's going on for this election day, guys. We're going to see. Hello, Black Titanic. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being here. I'm going to cover this, guys, to the end. I'm here until the end. I don't know where the end is going to end up. Black Titanic is my co-host. She's a content creator. She's a reporter. She's boots on the ground. She's here tonight too as well. We're going to see where this is going to take us. Let me just see where we're going right now. Make sure coming in, I need everybody coming in. If you can do one thing for me, it would help me out greatly. Okay? Before we get on with the business at hand, I need everybody to go ahead and let's show some support. Go ahead and hit that like button coming in. Go ahead and hit it. Hit that like button coming in to show me that you're in the house, okay? And subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed, all right? Now, it doesn't matter which channel that you're on, whether you're on my first channel, Pinkie the Housewife, or whether you're on Pink Global. I can see you from both channels, okay? Just hit that like button, that subscribe. I'm going to go ahead and thank you right now so we can go on and get on with the matter at hand. Now, we're going to be watching this from several different channels, but my main one is MSNBC. I watch it every day, okay? So we're going to be watching it, and this is Steve here, guys. Steve, he's going to make it. He's at his board. Y'all know Steve Kornacki. He's going to be at that board. He's going to be breaking it down for you, bringing you the latest historical results in the last minute of this 2024 polling. He's going to bring you those results. He's going to break it down for you. And I'm just going to be here to watch. Okay? So let's go ahead and see what they said for the first. Let me just get this started for you all. I'm just going to bring you the news. Sometimes you may not hear me talking. You may not hear me talking, but I'll still be here. Okay? Because I'm going to just let this play. This information will be down in my description box at the bottom. Remember, it's going to be down in my description box. Okay? The credit goes to MSNBC News. Okay? Here we go, guys.
From pollster Ann Selzer has been blowing up everybody's news feeds, and for good reason. It is just one poll, and we should put it in the context of what's going on more broadly in the polling as we're getting in the final polling before Election Day, including the big new poll from NBC News today. The top line of that one is that it's a tie, 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. Even as the NBC poll shows a national deadlock, there's a couple of internal numbers that the pro-Harris side in particular is latching onto. For one, Black voters in the NBC poll support Harris by a margin of 87% to 9%. In context, that's a 3-point larger margin with Black voters than Biden won in 2020. Even though so much recent conversation about this campaign has centered on Harris supposedly having a slipping standing with Black voters, in the NBC poll, she's doing better with Black voters than Biden did. The NBC poll also shows a huge gender gap, which we're seeing in every poll, 34 points altogether. Women supporting Harris by 16, men supporting Trump by 18. Perhaps that is not surprising. On issues, Kamala Harris having a 20-point lead over Trump on the issue of abortion in the NBC poll. But there's a lot more here. And this is just part of the polling landscape as we do get our final look before actual vote starts to come in from actual voters on Tuesday. Let's bring in our friend Steve Kornacki, who was made for this and who is standing by at the big board with so much energy and stamina to spare. Steve, we're looking at you at the top of the mountain right now, my friend.
Well, here we go, Rachel. And look, when it comes to the polling right now, I think the safest thing to say is there are some extremely mixed signals that are coming in. You just talked about Iowa, obviously, a state Donald Trump won by nearly 10 points the last two elections. Now, at least in that Des Moines Register poll, having Harris slightly ahead. That it comes as this national poll shows Donald Trump, frankly, better positioned nationally than he finished in 2020 or 2016, and frankly, than he polled in either one of those elections, too. Our poll has it tied. Other national polls have it very much in this range of a tied race, maybe Harris by 1 or 2, maybe Trump by 1 or 2. That's a little different, and it leaves open lots of questions about what's going on in the battleground states and perhaps outside of the battleground states. We'll get to that in a minute. But looking inside our NBC poll here, there's the question of enthusiasm, which always gets to the variable of turnout here. These are folks from our poll who rate themselves with the highest level of interest in this election. It is at 77% in our poll. You can see that is down a little bit from 2020. We had historic high turnout in 2020, 160 million voters. This number two, when you look inside, the lowest levels of high interest are coming from non-white voters, Latino voters and black voters. Two ways to view that. Obviously, you're talking about traditionally core Democratic constituencies. That could take away from Democratic overall margins with those groups. It could also be trouble for Donald Trump, though, because polling has shown previously him expanding support with non-white voters. If he's starting to lose those potential voters to lack of interest, that could be trouble for his campaign. Then you take a look here at the issues. It really, the climate we're seeing here is what we've seen the whole election. Harris's best advantage by far on the issue of abortion, 20 points over Trump on that. Trump here with the advantage on inflation and cost of living. The other one you don't see here, the biggest Trump advantage is the border and immigration. The gender gap, I think you talked about this one, but I mean, just to put this in context, Trump leading by 18 points with men, Harris leading by 16 with women. If that's what you get, something like that, that's a gender gap of 34 points. The previous high in history was 24 points. So this would absolutely shatter any historical record when it comes to the gender gap. Then there's this interesting issue of you've got an incumbent administration that Harris is a part of. Joe Biden's final approval rating in our poll is going to clock in at 41%. And obviously that low approval rating is one of the reasons there were Democrats who were anxious to get Biden out of this race earlier this year. Harris, part of that administration. How much is that weighting her down here? And then Trump himself, the approval rating for a former president seeking to become a future president. In our final poll here, when we ask people retrospectively, thinking back, do you now approve or disapprove of the job Donald Trump did as president? He's up to 48%, notably higher than Biden. And this is higher than any reading we ever got in an NBC poll when Donald Trump was president. So after leaving office, it has ticked up a little bit for him. Will that be enough to put him over the top? We talk all about the difference between early election day voting, the partisan disparities we're finding. Others are finding this too. Democrats, you can expect when early vote gets reported out, especially the mail-in vote on Tuesday night, should be some Democratic advantages. The election day vote becomes a question of how much of a Republican advantage when the people who vote on election day, when their votes start to get tabulated. Now we get to away from the national poll to the battlegrounds. This is our running average. We've been keeping this the entire summer and fall of the quality polls in all of the battleground states. And a couple things jump out here. Well, obviously, they're all close. You don't see a margin here of greater than 1.9 points. You do see a bit of a north-south divide. We've seen this lately in the polling. Trump's leads here, very small, but Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, basically Sun Belt states. Harris's best performances in here, Wisconsin, 1.4, 1.8 in Michigan. These are the northern tier states, 0.3 of a point in Pennsylvania. So a bit of a north-south divide. And if that holds, if that cements, that is ultimately good news for Harris because Michigan plus Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin, if there are no surprises outside of the battleground, would for Harris equal 270 electoral votes. If the action really is limited to the battleground, Donald Trump has to win one of those three northern tier battleground states where our averages continue to show Harris with slight leads in those states. But then that gets to the question. If there are no surprises, outside of the core 7 battleground states that we have talked over and over about. And that is what the Des Moines Register poll really gets to. It's the question of what is happening in Iowa itself, because obviously you talked to Ann Selzer right there. One of the questions is, does this spill over to other states? Does this reflect something, if this is what's happening in Iowa, that might be happening in other states, maybe states we haven't been talking about, maybe some of the other battleground states? So a couple ways to look at this. One, obviously, I think you were talking about this, but the issue of abortion, exceptionally potent in Iowa because that 6-week ban went into effect this summer. Millions of dollars in spending there, not in the presidential race, but congressional races where abortion has been a driving issue. Is this more of a state-specific effect that's limited more to Iowa, if this is what is happening in Iowa? One thing that keep in mind, I think we'll go over here, this is going to start lighting up on Tuesday with our results. Iowa on Tuesday, I just want to show you the history here going back. Remember, this is an Obama-Trump state. It's one of the most dramatic swings from Obama to Trump. So you have voters here who not long ago were comfortable voting Democratic, blue-collar white voters, huge blue-collar white population here that swung very hard to Trump. There are more Obama-Trump counties in Iowa than any other state in the country. I raised that because what state is number 2? That would be Iowa's political cousin right across the Mississippi River, Wisconsin. This has the second most Obama-Trump counties in the country. And demographically, these are extremely similar states, large white populations, a lot of blue collar, rural white populations. Even when you get into the Mississippi area, you can go back and find German descent is very common among people. Very common demographic features and politically similar movement here. We have not, for the most part, seen in Wisconsin the kind of polling shift we just saw in that new Iowa poll today. So that's one thing to keep in mind. If it potentially could be a state-specific thing, but if it's not, if it's spilling over, this is a place where you would expect to see it on Tuesday night because of those demographic similarities. And then, as I say, there's that question of, look, so much of the polling attention, the budgets for polling have been directed to the 7 battleground states. Is there actually something going on in Iowa? Was there something going on this whole time that was undetected? And could that be happening elsewhere? The early test you want to pay attention to on Tuesday night, 7 o'clock Eastern. A lot of the polls are going to close in New Hampshire. And this was a state, again, not in the battleground. Biden won by 7. The Trump folks think this thing is a lot closer than most people are talking about. They sent J.D. Vance there today. And remember, in 2016, Clinton won New Hampshire over Trump. Of all the Clinton won states, none was closer than New Hampshire. The margin was just 3,000 votes between those candidates. So this is an early test, I think, for me on Tuesday night. Have we potentially misunderstood the non-battleground states? If we're seeing some kind of surprise in New Hampshire, I think that'll be obviously a huge development. Obviously
interesting, too, in terms of Trump's decision to spend some last-minute campaign time in Virginia, raising the question as to whether or not they think that's on the map as well. Steve Kornacki, just the beginning of what is going to be a beautiful relationship over these next many hours. Steve, thank you. We'll get back to you later on.
All right, guys, that was with Steve Kornacki. Okay, we're going to go on to some more. I hope you all could hear me. If you could hear me, please let me know. Let me know if you could hear that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Put a 1 in the chat if you could hear that. If you could hear that, put a 1 in the chat. I just want to make sure if you can hear me. Y'all know how I feel about when I ask a question, nobody answered me. Shit. Don't give me that. Thank you. Somebody answered me. Thank you. Y'all know how I feel when I be asking a question, nobody hear me. I be want to take this thing and throw it against the wall. Okay, thank you for being in here, Sabrina Williams, Wanda, Purple Rug, Debbie. Thank you for being here. Black Titanic. Thank you all for putting that 1 in. Yes, we can hear you. Did you all hear that? Okay, let me go back. Justice, my thoughts. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up the next, because we're going to keep track of this race. This race is very important to everybody. Okay, very important. So some people don't care. I care. Okay, so let me go ahead and put up the next live. It's going live right now, so I don't want, and then I'll get y'all's everybody comments up while it's going on. Okay, I'm trying to keep track, so I'm going to be going between just 3 different channels I tend to watch: NBC, CNN, MSNBC. Okay, I don't watch all that other stuff, so I'm going to be just going back and forth through those. Okay, this information will be in my description box below my video. Okay, so here we go, guys. This is going on right now. So sometimes y'all may not hear me calling you out because this is going live and I don't want to miss anything. So sometimes I won't say anything. I just put your comment up. Hi, Sheila. Thank you. Hit the like button coming in, guys. Okay, I'm going to take everything down so we can listen. This is okay. I'm going to mute right quick. I'm just going to run and bring my tray in here. My husband had put my tray in my bedroom to eat, but I'm going to go move it and bring it in here with me. Okay? He's supposed to be setting me up in my bedroom. But I don't want to wake him up, so I'm going to go get my tray. Thank you, Bobby, for coming in. All right. I'm nervous too. Guys, I'm nervous as heck. Okay, I'm going to mute and we're going to watch this right quick. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go get my tray. Take me about 2 seconds. No longer than 2 seconds. Don't let me lie. 2 seconds. God help the USA. We're going to pray. Okay? In between all this, if somebody want to come up and say a prayer, we can come up and pray sometime in between all this. We got to pray. Ooh, Lord. Don't let me see, Lord. Let me get back to, I think I'm going to go back to MB. I'm going to go back to MSNBC. See what's going on. Because I'm going between, oh my Lord. Oh Lord, let me go. Let me pull them back up and see what they're doing. Oh Lord, somebody help me. Ooh. Hey guys, I'm trying to get to my, oh my God, is that making me upsetting my nerves? That's upsetting my nerves, guys, right there. But I'm trying to get to what I'm watching on TV. So my MSNBC that I'm watching on TV. I'm trying to put it on, instead of just casting it, I want to just put it on live TV and do it here. I can do it, just got to find the password for my computer to switch it over here for y'all. That's all. And then we're going to talk about it too, actually. But we're going to get all caught up first. Bobby Howard, have faith in yourself. And remember, they need us. We don't need them, Democrats nor Republicans. We are survivors. Yes, we are. We're going to be surviving. But darn, my nerves is shot right now. Whew. I can't. Oh, Lord. My husband going to get the password. Oh, Lord of mine. Oh, I can't take it, guys. I can't take it. I can't take it. Let me just put it on another live until he gets back. You know, I don't have time to play with nobody, not even my husband. Okay, not the Pinkie. Not the Pinkie. Let me see what. Which one was I on? Oh my God, we just better pray, pray, pray. Oh my Lord, when I say pray, because I swear, y'all may, I swear, I can't take it. I can't take it. Okay. I'm gonna let me just put this back on for you while my husband gets this together. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me cast this to you until he get me the password. Okay, just hold on. Okay, guys, I'm getting ready to recast it. This is exactly what I'm looking at on TV right now. What my husband is watching in the media room as well.
Based on how they
Here we
feel.
go.
And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this, a
Ooh.
bellwether within a
Y'all
bellwether,
know I'm happy.
where so many people are trying to read the tea leaves, so difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are
This
coming
is-
back, about a
as we
third of the
speak,
vote
this
between
is what is
Republicans,
showing right
Democrats,
now.
and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to
Let
go.
me
I've
just
spoken to both
pause for a
campaigns.
minute. Now I'm going to
Everybody
go get
seems
my
to think
tray
they
of
have a
food.
Trojan horse in this population. Republicans think that they are leaning more right. Democrats seem to think that this is a younger, more diverse population, and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see. Although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also southern Nevada counties. 3 hours we're hearing for some lines, which could push this into the night. Rachel.
Steve Patterson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say? Looking at the road to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it lets the mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the wow counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000, Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 190? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, a 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner, who is in charge of running elections in that city. Jacob, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are 3 Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, at least same populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here. You were the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the wake of the 2020 election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump. Your response, please.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so just to put a fine point on it, the allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia at or around polling places. How many? What's the nature of those threats? Did it affect people's ability to cast votes tonight?
Yeah, there were concerns at about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. One polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time. So voting was extended there for about 23 minutes.
Okay, and just finally, this evening here in Philadelphia, I know that the mail-in ballots, you all don't process any ballots here. Steve Kornacki was talking about this until 7 a.m. this morning. Those ballots and that tabulation, that processing is underway right now in the building behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial release, right when the polls closed at 8:01, we had 115,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. Ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election. Right? The
so
voters
if it's close,
choose.
this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioners?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
We're glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid, following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the commissioner, obviously. Good on Commissioner Bluestein for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying to spread to try to intimidate people out of voting in Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270. Trump at 168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we can talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-to-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law, where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the 2 southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate.
Mm-hmm.
And even though what I think is really interesting, and it's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion. We want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state. But also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, two people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums that are across the country in support of choice legislation or choice rights, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. I mean, I talked to Gallego the other night. There could be we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion protection ballot initiative. And that bends the mind, there's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way. Because how can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, where you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard from more than one Trump voter that this phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He kind of shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to. And that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters. But it is also, I mean, the Trump voters I know who are, in fact, staunchly anti-abortion also have other thoughts and could very conceivably want to vote for a senator like Gallego, vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people, abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote all the way up and down the ticket.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe sat, right where Jen Psaki is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are waiting for what you just mentioned. I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet. That would be too strong, but eagerly,
yeah.
if you will.
I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona. If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way that Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states, waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs, because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey, Democrat Bob Casey. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan. In Michigan, the presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again, here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those 3 states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all 3 of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all 3 of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket.
That's right.
The internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting way to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only 2 out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump
margin in Montana. And Sherrod Brown, we don't know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the 3 states we need. Don't have to have Georgia. Don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those 3. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them open longer.
Claire, thank you for that. Much appreciated. It is, of course, our fate as actors in this Shakespearean drama that you've got to have these swing states that are absolutely unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race. And they also have incredibly tight fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's 2 very different ways this has played out in the last 2 elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one, because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County. and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this. Douglas, Cobb County, we also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And you know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew. I mean, we don't have very many more poll closings, right? We'll have poll closings at 11 and 12 and one at midnight, one at 1 a.m. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now. We're watching for any one of these swing states to close in on something called.
The final polls were, I think the final Maris poll, right, was +4 nationally. I mean, I think that
For Kamala Harris, yeah.
right, what we're seeing is what that looks like. And you take a national number and you toss it around and you think, oh, I don't know, that feels fine. I think that you said a few minutes ago, let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. I think when you watched what Donald Trump did in 2020, what Democrats were fantasizing about was a landslide victory, where he wouldn't be able to peer at a red mirage and falsely claim victory. And so some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final best poll had her +4 nationally really didn't, the data suggested that something that would disallow Donald Trump to claim victory before the results were known, that really wasn't on the table. We live in an evenly divided country and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting in line during the last live shot that Jacob Soboroff did, the fact that there are still people voting in the West means we really do have to do what Jen said, because we have to wait for the votes to be counted. Now, what will start to be something we keep an eye on is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted. At least 4 years ago, that was his public position. And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air, when Steve is still tapping counties and we only see numbers like 34, 44, we don't have all the voted. And I think this will become another test for the country and our patience.
It's also, I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well, it is fairly shocking. And I don't think it's something that should make us super proud, that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified documents and hiding them in your bathroom, even if you could set aside, which is very hard to set aside, an adjudication of sexual abuse against a woman, and then 24 other allegations, and Jeffrey Epstein saying it was his best friend, you name it. You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
48, 49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about, what does that say about us?
I think that's right. But I think, again, going back to how the Harris campaign approached this candidacy in these 2 weeks, they sat there presuming that 49% of the country was in. They built a campaign designed to defeat a Donald Trump campaign that won over and turned out 49% of the vote. Yeah. So what you're waiting to see come in is what Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envisioned to defeat a candidate who, all those things are true, but that was baked into the campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail. And it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him. Yeah. So we're waiting to see if what they built will work.
And to Joy's point, one of the things that we've discovered in these last few campaigns, all of these Trump campaigns, is that these two parties do not have the same rules. It's like two football teams where, offside is a 20-yard penalty for you and it's no penalty for this other team, right? And so, the idea that if Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter,
Right.
but you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
Yep.
One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the rural and urban divide. And we talk about divides every presidential election cycle, but part of this, I think, is it's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina. He said, really, it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states in one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city, in the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's where we still are, despite everything that's happened. And that has been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles. But to me, it's interesting. It hasn't changed. And maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment, regardless of who wins.
Well, it's not, I mean, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education.
Hey guys, welcome to everybody that just came in, and to some just came in a little before that. Welcome to everybody. To the people on Pink Global, welcome. To the people that are in the on Pinkie the Housewife, welcome on both of my channels. I just have to say something. I don't even remember what it was. Shoot. I really did. Oh, hit the like button. That's what I meant to say. Y'all, I need y'all to hit that like button. If you don't mind, go ahead and hit that, because that like button is, I'm showing 110 people watching on Pinkie the Housewife, and I only have 10 likes. So y'all keep me calm here. Keep me calm. Keep my nerves calm, okay? Now I'm showing 96 watching and 35 likes. Come on, guys. So let's hit that like button. Come on out of the bushes and hit that like button for me. Everybody, hit that like button. Let me see what we're doing over on Pinkie the Housewife here. I mean, Pink Global. Pink Global may be doing a lot better. At least they're matching up almost. Okay. I need everybody on Pinkie the Housewife. Then let's hit that button so I can be quiet. Y'all know I want to be quiet and enjoy. Let me see. Ha ha ha. Hit that like button. Yes, hit that like button, guys.
There are shifts among Latino voters for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among Black
Why
men.
y'all
Please
hit
stop
that like
saying
button?
Black men.
The
are
only
the ones
area
supporting Trump.
there has been some, which
Fix my
just seems like an
ice cream.
outlier, is
I'm
Wisconsin,
gonna
where
go
there's
get my ice cream. I just got through
but
eating my
again,
food.
it's exit polling. So
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
I want to go over to Steve Kornacki
What up,
because
that boy,
a
Paul?
rumor has floated its way to me, which is that a whole bunch of vote just came in from Arizona.
Pinkie
Yes,
for
and this is how
president.
it goes
Yeah,
in Arizona. They get
president.
to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is. More than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first, and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come.
Let y'all finish
But as a
watching while I
starting
go
point,
get this ice cream.
if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is a starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is
Okay, somebody mic need to be turned down. Whose mic need to be turned down? Let me know. Somebody got a mic that needs to be turned down? Come on, don't let me be talking to myself. Answer me, somebody. Okay? Because we're not going to go through this again today. I'm talking to myself. Don't let me talk. What the fuck? You talking about my mic needs to be turned down? My mic or somebody else that's you're talking about? You're talking about my mic. Yes. Okay. Bitch, get the fuck out of my live. Ban your ass. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I don't play. I don't play when it comes to, you don't come in my chat and think you're going to play with me. Okay? She got banned. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good, okay? And I'm not going to ruin my live over nobody. Because I'm just going to do what's necessary, okay? So don't come in my live playing games with me. Stay your butt out and don't be next time somebody talks smart to me, I'm not going to say shit to you. I'm going to just kick your ass out, okay? Let your lips go running. Run your fucking mouth, and I'm not going to say shit to you. I'm just kick your ass out, okay? Just one slip of a lip going crazy, your ass get blocked. Kiss my motherfucking ass, nigga. You blocked too. See, 2 people just got blocked already. That's how we're going to play. This is my house, my rules. Now we can get back to the matter at hand. Just remember, no slick mouth up in here. I ain't got time to fuck with you.
Spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see, with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, is Trump, is that not, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in too on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote, if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here too is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be back with you. We've got a few projections that we've got to catch up with. There is a projection to make. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sasse, Senator Ben Sasse, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is this very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger. And the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the 2 that were on the ballot, this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election in Nebraska. The other Senate election in Nebraska has been called for the Republican incumbent, Lawrence.
And that is now with the Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz. Nebraska is now the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight, and that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. To every election, it looks like someone might be able to get it in Texas. Beto O'Rourke, every time, and they come close. And so, who knows? Maybe it's next time. And you can't be surprised if the Democrat comes in second in Texas. You're just not allowed to be surprised by that.
Right.
And it's a question of, how much ground did they gain this time?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also understanding the electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats if it's becoming a browner state. There's a bigger Latino population. And we know from Paula Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party. And I think there's some real, we don't know how this is all going to shake down on race, but I think there's going to be some really interesting analysis that is going to need to be done in the coming weeks and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built, either intentionally or unintentionally in the 21st century.
But Texas is also a state. I mean, you talked a little about realignment before. It made me think about when I worked on the Kerry campaign. I mean, he would still say to this day that he would be president if not for Ohio, which is kind of how it goes. But that was a state that we were waiting. That was the state that determined that night that he was going to lose. That is no longer a state we're watching with the on the edge of our seat seriousness. Texas, and I agree with everything you just said, Alex, but it is still a state where maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 8 years. That's a state where if Democrats continue to organize, they're betting at some point it couldn't come into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina. But those are more purple states now for Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually, over the last 20 years, been a complete realignment of the states in the country that are leaning each way. And that's kind of interesting. And Texas it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter suppressed state, and the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is, and they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single physical number of Black voters in any county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of Black voters available, and they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation as well.
You have to, I mean, this is the thing. You can't just reappear every 4 years. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then
Latasha Brown.
Warnock and Latasha Brown. They all continue to organize. They're on the ground. The reason we're even talking about North Carolina is because they have this amazing state party chair who's like 26 or 27 years old, and because they have a great governor's candidate. it's because they're organizing there and they're not leaving and coming
And the
back
Poor
every
People's
4 years.
Campaign, which is like, I think they did like
Melbourne
900
Harbor.
some thousand,
Yes.
you know, texts. And I mean, you've got people that have been in there trying to organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of sad about my old state of Florida is that kind of organizing kind of vanished with the money. And now Nikki Fried, who actually is doing heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party invests in anymore. Whether that, you know, the money that used to go into Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down a voter suppression system that is better than anything anyone's come up with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California could determine that who controls the House.
Yes,
for sure.
So I hope people are voting. If they can still vote. My space-time continuum. If you can still vote. But there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
And you know, to sort of synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying, in Texas, the unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may not matter in the Electoral College and it may not be competitive in the Electoral College may be because of state policies that are outrageously voter suppressive,
Yes, absolutely.
which you can change
Right.
by voting in state legislative and other state
That's right.
specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed so that your vote will matter to the rest of the country.
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is, particularly among Black voters. This is percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi, share of African-American voters. And the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%. And it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a 2-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So, right, if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state, you might want to control who runs your state. And you might want to think more about that. But voters are not thinking at that level of, it's not even 3D chess, it's just regular chess, right? That your state votes. And again, to get back to the mama directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kidults are my Jason and my kidults. I'm not JD Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has the kids, both parents have the kids. Our kidults live in blue states. They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've had to lobby them to vote when they say, my vote doesn't matter, I'm in a blue state, it doesn't make a difference, is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative on
And to
your
tell them
ballot.
you're going to shame them on television.
Well, we have a family phone plan, and if you want your phone to actually work, you gotta have to comply.
I've got
that also works.
2 updates for you. First, on this bomb threat thing that we have been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has issued a statement in response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible, but they are investigating, again, at the Recorder's Office. Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So we are seeing the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos. Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being committed here. But this appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates to do. First of all, there's a Senate projection to be made in the great state of Virginia. NBC News projects that Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be returning to the United States Senate from Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that the incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley will be returning to the United States Senate as well. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020, when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did, Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here. And this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Yeah, the polls are closed. So why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10 plus sites in the county with an hour plus wait. And one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee. Rachel.
Steve, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours, we're already more than a half an hour past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3 hour plus lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
You hit it exactly, Rachel,
Wow.
which is, it's good news because this does not indicate that there is a voter problem, does not indicate that there's necessarily fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines as we speak.
Wow.
Rachel.
Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly,
You don't get the sticker.
Stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Yes. So in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County was one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular. And folks I've talked to 3 different people at this point who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they cautioned that Fulton County's not all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And, you know, I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
Wow. Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear out polling places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated and election administrators deciding to keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been, because those places had to be cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place, might not come back once the all clear is given. All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41 on the East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at Michigan right now.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, you know, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, you know, with a lot of college-educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue collar, Trump friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there. So yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, you know, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, you know, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one as that same day vote comes in. This is Wilkes-Barre. This is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in Northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls to give you an update on. First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey. NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican. Former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu, an incumbent Republican. The Republicans are really hoping to hold on to this governor's seat. And in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection for you, and it's a ballot measure, this one in Colorado. This is one of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on the ballot in Colorado. This is Amendment 79. It's a right to abortion and insurance coverage. It's a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time at all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we got to wait and see what they are before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do. Can I add just one other thing? Because we talk a lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't want to know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting because we're also seeing sort of a bit of a changing of the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I would also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about him here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection, but also just like a both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like, good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened we can tell you about. One, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you could see 85% of the vote now in Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County in Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming into tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, you know, that is a county, you know, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in, each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once it's scanned, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated. And you see the three people that are seated right there in the black at the computers. Those people have been in there diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early vote count. They've been going, and you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 Western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington state, the presidential race in Washington state projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia, too close to call, a difference of about 136,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Pennsylvania, too close to call, a difference of about 119,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Michigan, too close to call, a difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin, also too close to call, fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona, NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington state, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington state. This is the Senate at this hour, 48 Republicans seated in the Senate. That includes one Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Joe Manchin gave up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. There are 37 Democrats in the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised. Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections office in Bisbee in Cochise County, Arizona. The county building was evacuated as a result of that bomb threat. Again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries, state secretaries of state are commenting on the effect of these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they are investigating whether or not these may be of Russian origin. But again, our battleground recap, summing up, we've got too early to call in North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and it's too close to call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby, that was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that, I mean, I tried to speak a little bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would eradicate, you know, the threat of something drawn out. And that is, you know, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not acceptable.
You go to you go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come in because they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona, Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent her final day campaigning, doing all 5 stops in Pennsylvania, the campaign, and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some of the interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon, per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party. Served in the NYPD for 25 years, but Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the control room here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything.
You can tell me and I'll tell you.
So go ahead. So if control room is saying anything to me from right now, I think my battery's died. So take it away.
Go to Steve.
Rachel, you seem so energized.
I am energized. But I do know, actually, with nobody talking to me, that we do need to go to Steve.
But
yes,
Steve.
Yeah. I understand. Did you just throw it at me?
Yeah,
oh,
it was me.
Somebody was talking to me at IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right. We pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight. This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it. And I think it's important to know there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County have become big core Democratic vote producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these 3. And you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County, 59-8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is, waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, this is, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races. NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats. Democrats are at 39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled. We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown. And so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also, I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who is
incredible loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very.
But they poured massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah,
just massive.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes.
Exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020, They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, you know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew, that's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically, these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe that those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So, Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say? Or are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. They're clear-eyed. And people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically with very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play. And I do also think that it's my understanding of they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round. And North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those 2 bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. That's a very high pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I have probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these counties, you know, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did. And they're looking at, you know, what the percentages were then. And Biden did about 2 percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key parts of Pennsylvania. So they're looking at that, but they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. Obviously, there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Yeah. Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah, we do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate from Washington state. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, you know, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag, a couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this is a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020, down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, they're usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, that Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here, Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 level? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County, but I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. We have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. The important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
All right, guys, while they're taking a break, let me see who else is reporting on this election as well. Let me hear what you all have to say. Let me just pull this down while they take a quick break. Let me see who else came in. Let me see. Ann Hepper, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in. Nathan, thank you for coming in as well. Let me see. North Carolina, it was Donald. Let me see. Harris went in New York. Hi, Jersey girl. Thank you for being here. We're trying to keep an eye on this election tonight. You don't know what you're going to wake up to. So we're trying to keep an eye on this election. I got my eyes open. I'm not going to close them until I know what's going on. BT, we're belling it out. Yes, we are. Dean A, thank you for coming in. Calling it. They are still in Pennsylvania as we speak. I don't think anybody is stealing. It's too hard to steal anything. It just probably is not turning out the way some people want it to be. But, everybody got their own opinion. In Wisconsin at 2 a.m. Yeah. Woo, we got a long ways to go. A long way to go, guys. Yes, we do. Oh my God, let me see what else is coming. What else we got? I'd hate to leave this one alone because let me just see. Let's see who else is reporting live too. We all like Stevie on it. Let me see whether Steve is on it right now. No, Stevie doing his thing. Let me just check first. I think Steve is getting ready to take a break too. I'll let y'all see. Let me just let you see. I think Steve is trying to take himself a break. Let me see what y'all can see what Steve is up to right now. You know, Steve is he's working at the numbers. Look at him. You don't see Steve. He's working those numbers. I love to see Steve. You know what? I bet you, can anybody tell me? I notice this. If anybody can tell me until they come back, they're on a break right quick. Can anybody tell me what is different about Steve? What is different about Steve? There's something Steve do, something that everybody should know about Steve. Can anybody tell me what do you all see different about Steve? Steve is the man over there in the white shirt. Well, I'm going to just be quiet with the cup in his hand. Can anybody tell me? I want somebody to tell me. Y'all know I hate talking to myself. We went through this today. We ain't going through that again today. Okay. You're going to bed. This is early for you, BT. Okay, well, you go ahead and go to bed, BT. I think he lost weight. No, that's not it. That's not it. His pants are a different color. Correct. That is right. You win. You win. Steve normally wears khaki pants. He only wears khaki pants. I have never seen Steve with black pants, or black or gray. I think these are black. Whatever. Black, gray. Steve never wears any color but khaki. Now he got probably a whole closet full of khaki. Now you look what Steve got on right now. Steve got on something other than khaki. I wonder what happened. Maybe he got a new girlfriend, or maybe he ain't got married, but I don't know. Maybe he all his khaki pants was dirty, and he didn't have time to think about what he was doing and just had to get up and go because this election. Or maybe he wanted to be a little dressier than his khaki pants. But still, I like him in his khaki. That's all he ever wear. See, I'm going to have to send a message to them, let them know. Steve got on something other than khaki. Thank God I can't take these high prices for food and gas. Okay. Don't know this man. Don't know who. Oh, you don't know Steve? Are you talking about Steve? Well, I know Steve. I've been watching Steve forever. Yeah, he do look thinner. Yeah, he is thinner. I don't know whether it's the black pants, but he is thinner. Maybe all his khaki pants are too big now. Maybe that's why he got on black pants. I need to know. So I'm going to write in and find out. I'm going to send him a message and find out. He do look thinner. I don't know. I tell you, Steve, I'm going to make a big thing of this. Steve got on something other than khaki. Not there's nothing wrong with khaki. All right. Good night, BT. If I'm still up, check back, because you know you'll wake up in the middle of the night and I may still be here. As I told you, I'm holding this down. Even if I fall asleep, it's still going to be recording while I am asleep. Yes. He do looks younger. Oh, let me see. Oh my God. Okay, Steve. See? You know, when a person lose weight, they tend to look younger. You know that? They tend to do look younger when they lose weight. Look at him. Oh, I can see it in his face now. Yeah, he done lost some weight. He don't have that baby face no more. Steve, I tell you, I don't know what I'm going to do with Steve. Oh, maybe he is in love. You know, love will do things for people, make them change the way they dress, make them lose some weight. They start cutting their hair or growing their hair out. If you're a man that wears a beard, you may want to, that woman may say, I think you look cute without a beard. And you, next thing you know, you cut that beard off. And you won't belong to that society of men with beards no more. I did it with my husband. Well, no, he didn't have a beard. He had hair on his head. And I saw somebody on TV. Who was that? Somebody on TV that was bald. And I thought the man was just
Hop on electric e-bikes, brand new.
The man just was looking good anyway. The man just was looking good. And I said to myself, I told my husband, cut your hair off and see how you look. And I told him, don't worry about it. It'll grow back in a few weeks. In about 2 weeks, your hair will be back on your head. He trusted me. He'd shaved his head, and he never had hair on his head since he shaved it. He wears his head bald. Every time his hair starts growing back, he shaves it off. It's been years now. He put some hair on his head, I'll probably leave him. I don't want a man with hair. I like bald-headed men that shaves their head. I like that slick head. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Thank you. You are welcome. Who is this? Julie V. Thank you, Julie, for coming in. Monica said she thinks he's in love. He looks great. He's younger. Ooh, I'm going to make sure I tell this. Steve Burns, thank you for coming in. Tony. Y'all know I don't do well with all these numbers. Just photo. Okay. Well, some states are, some don't have that many people or many things to count. Some start early. Most people, like where I live, shoot. Yeah, half theirs in probably a day or two. But we always vote early here. Everybody votes early in my little small town. By the time election day comes, we all voted here. There's never a line. You just walk in and walk out. I don't think I ever seen a line. Just walk in and walk out. You don't have to wait. They be sitting waiting on somebody to come in. Yeah, I love that. I love that. So I'm going to be up, kicking the birds around, kicking the dogs around. Oh, yes, I am. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yeah. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I got so much I need to do, guys. I just thought about tomorrow is Wednesday, right? My pool guy didn't come to My pool guy didn't come back. The pool guy to clean the pool. I just thought about that. Think of all the things that need to be done. And I just realized He didn't come back. That ninja, he didn't come back. He's gonna get a talking to. I don't play that game. Not that anybody's getting any pool. No. When it's supposed to be clean, it's supposed to be clean. Steve is sending a SOS, distress. An SOS. Steve is the calmest man you know. I'm serious. Signal by symbols by wearing a different color, or he's dog mega. No, Steve just said, look at him. His face has gotten so small. His face, he lost so much weight in his face. I don't recognize him no more. Maybe because he don't have on his khaki pants. I would have looked at him and wouldn't even know I was looking at him. He don't do change. I don't like change like that. Oh no. His face has gotten too small. But I still like him though. Still cute. They should rename khaki pants to what is this? Karaoke? Whatever. From McDonald's to Garage Man to POTUS in 3 weeks. McDonald's. Steve only loves numbers. Steve is a numbers man. Yes, he is. Steve is a numbers man. My husband is a numbers man, though. Probably that's why Steve looks. I like Steve so much because my husband is a numbers man. I call my husband is the great scientist, and he's a numbers man. Oh Lord, he gets on my nerves with these dogs.
So I talked to a psychic about it.
We are transferring you.
Well, I don't want to see nobody talking about a doggone psychic right now. Steve only loves numbers. Steve said he hadn't changed his clothes and got on a different shirt. We're going to see who else is doing something while they're on a quick break. It's the American dream, mine, yours. It's the American dream, mine, yours. Okay, us. Okay, we're going to see until they get back. We're going to see who else is kicking up a storm out here. Let me just check right quick, and then once I check, then I'll bring us all up to speed with it. Okay. Let me just see. I cannot believe people don't watch this. I mean, it's amazing. Here we having a watch party for the election, and half of the people don't even watch it. That's amazing. I really don't understand. I think is everybody on a break? Let me just see. Can't be. Let me see. Oh, let me see, guys. Steve better bring those numbers up. Give me those numbers, Steve. Bring those numbers up here for me. While we're doing that, I can let me see. I shave my head. Oh, you shave your head too? You know, I actually shaved my head twice. Twice. Yeah. I cut my hair out completely off, had it shaved off twice. Once I went to the first time I went to the barber, and I had them to take it all off because I wanted to start my hair growth over. And then after it grew back, it was long again. And then I wanted them to shave all the hair off the back of my head and the side. I only had hair in the top. And I didn't wear it down or anything. I wore it in it was only in the top. So I had it slicked back and had a ponytail that would hang down my back. No hair on the side and no hair on the back. Ooh, I like that for about a year and a half. Yeah. I got pictures of that. One day I'm going to put them out. Put them on my, show y'all. Yeah. Alec, thank you for being here. You have to go back to the other screen. Okay. Oh, you talking to me? Or you talking to somebody else? Are you going to stay up and wait for the results, Miss Pinkie? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Let me see who else is got this going live too tonight, so we can see some other ones until then. Okay. Okay. Because Steve is working, guys. He's working on it. So I'm going to remove this. And so I can bring up somebody else for now. Oh, let me see. Can I show you all this? Let me see what it let me. Oh, yes, it did. Okay, let's do this here, guys. This is 2024 U.S. election. Okay, President, the Senate, the House, Governor, and ballot measures. Okay, you can see this is live going right there. This is live results, okay, of the presidential results. Okay, and so you see this is from the Associated Press. I will put that down in my description box below my video. I always do, okay? Now you see Harris. She's got 205. To win, you got to get 270. Donald is at 230. Okay? Now, as I hover my little mouse over these different states, like Montana right here, you can see the 14% reporting. Oh, let me see who's. Hi, peace, love, and prayers. Thank you. We're just waiting they're on a quick break. We're just waiting for them to get back so they can, our news reporters and Rachel and the rest of them and Chris and Steve and everybody. They're on a quick break, Joy. And so we're just waiting till they come back. But in the meantime, we're just going to cover this right quick. And I'm glad to see you in here. Dropping by to shout out. I voted. I thank you. Doing a thunderstorm to be counted. Ooh, bless your heart. We got to do what we got to do. Prayers. May the favor of grace follow abundantly throughout our nation. We're going to pray. I'm praying. Yes. I swear. Ooh, Lord. I don't want, it's going to send me into a depression. I won't be able to do what I need to do this week. Okay. Harris has it once mail-in ballots come in. Let's pray. Okay. Okay. I was just going over this, guys, until let me just keep checking back. Let me check. What's going on here? Oh, wait, don't let us miss nothing. I'm going to bring this up for y'all.
I mean, if you're Jacob Zobrov, you
There
just
you
turn
go.
on the charm and you're like, oh, did I do
Ooh,
something
they back.
wrong? What about me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let us go back to some of those Senate boards, which I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race. We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting in the Senate race in Pennsylvania that this is a too close to call race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. This is over 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Here in Michigan, also too close to call. This is Alyssa Slotkin, the Democrat, versus Mike Rogers, the Republican, with just over 40% of the vote in. Here's Wisconsin Senate race. We've got a Democratic incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. This is with just over 70% of the vote in. This is where things stand in Wisconsin. Here's Arizona, just over half the vote in Arizona. This is too early to call. You see Congressman Ruben Gallego there with just over 52% of the vote. Carrie Lake just under 46% of the vote. That's with just over half the vote counted. Too early to call in Arizona. In Nebraska, this is a very interesting one. Too early to call. Here's an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer. Her opponent here is not a Democrat. It's an independent, Dan Osborne, who's actually said that he won't caucus with either party. We don't know exactly what that would mean if he won, but the status between them here, you can see on your screen, almost 50-50, with about 60% of the vote in. Also looking at Montana. Very interesting. We've only got about 14% of the vote in Montana. This is incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester and a Republican challenger, Tim Sheehy. This is too early to call, just about 14% of the vote in that Montana Senate race. I think if, Democrats, obviously their pie in the sky view of these Senate races was that like Florida was within reach against Rick Scott with Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, and maybe Texas was within reach with Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred. I think that we're down to figuring out what the Republican margin is likely to be, honestly. Yes, and one of the things that we're seeing in those key races that we have not called, Michigan and Wisconsin, for instance, we saw going all the way back to the spring, a gap between the polling for the Senate statewide incumbent Democrat and the top of the ticket when it was Biden. And that persisted when it was Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate running ahead of the national ticket. And there was always a question about whether that was an artifact in the measurement and they were converged or there's something picking up. What we're seeing tonight looks like convergence. It looks like, with the exception of Arizona.
I want to see what Steve's talking about right quick. Okay, sorry, we're going to see what Steve's talking about, because Steve's the man. Oh, there we go.
Show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna.
Come for the view, stay for the nightlife at Ellen.
Y'all know I don't do these commercials.
Right. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too.
All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region. Also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update. And Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day. And already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area, we're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before. But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia, because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia. Now 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And
so I talked to a psychic, and I want to tell you guys about it.
We are transferring you to your psychic. You will hear a warning beep when you have 1 minute left.
I've been feeling a little bit lost in my career.
Again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
That's Steve for you guys. Ooh. Steve say, I'm going to lay it out for you. Ooh. What you got more? Steve got more to lay out for us? Uh-oh. He's working. Okay, let's see what they're doing. Steve is working for us, guys. Y'all don't mess. Wait now. Let me see. No, he's working. Let me pause him till I come back to him. Steve said he's doing the job. He's on the job. Y'all don't mess with Steve. Don't nobody mess with Steve. You mess with Steve, you got to mess with me. I ain't gonna let nobody mess with Steve.
Any minute now, we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more Trump, more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door, in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before. But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail up.
Okay, guys, let me just announce something. I need 9 subscribers in order to hit 5,000 subscribers. I need 9 subscribers. So if you're sitting in my chat right now or in the bushes right now, I need 9 subscribers in order to hit 5K on Pinkie the Housewife. I didn't say my other channel. I said on this channel. Well, I got both of them screening, but on Pinkie the Housewife, I need 9 subscribers in order to hit 5,000, 5K mark. If you haven't subscribed to Pinkie the Housewife, go ahead and hit that like button. I'm waiting because I'm watching to see if you're in the bushes, just come out and hit it, because I know the numbers are there, because I see. So I just subscribed. Thank you. So thank you. Thank you for just subscribing. Let me do a dance for you. I know we're busy, guys, but we're going to do it. We're going to do this dance because I said we're going to do the dance, okay? Let me see. Let me find it. Shoot, y'all got me. Oh, here it is. Here we go. Hitting that. Thank you. I didn't mean to do that, guys. I really didn't mean to do that. Okay. I just needed 9 in order to. I'm already subscribed. Thank you, Miss Smith and Miss Grant. Miss Stanley for coming in. I just subscribed to your channel from Louisiana. Thank you. I'm getting there. DMG, you just subscribed too? Thank you, guys. Let me see where that number is at. Oh, they're on break right now. Wait, no, they're not.
There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York 22, Brandon Williams has just lost his seat tonight. Democrat John Mannion, who's a state senator in New York, will be taking that seat in Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point, it's a gain, is in Alabama's 2nd district, which is a gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dotson. So this is
I just need 3 more subscribers.
That is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all.
Okay, thank you, guys. I just need 3 more subscribers in order to hit. Thank you. Let me just do this, guys. I got to do it because I just need 3 more, but y'all ain't gonna take my glory from me. I'm gonna do it. Here I go.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work because my boss is a jerk and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life because I don't feel alive and there's nothing that makes me happy. Oh, hold my beer.
I just had to do that. I like playing that, okay? I just like hearing that. Thank you for subscribing, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all just did it. I just need 3 more subscribers. Thank you, guys.
The policy position that they are then voting for in a ballot measure.
Well, which tells us something important about policy, right?
Yeah.
That maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition.
I need 3 more. Who's in the bushes that haven't subscribed? Wait a few days for the mail-in ballots to be counted. Yes, we're gonna wait a few days, but we ain't gonna wait a few days before I get 5K. Thank you, Miss Phil. Okay. Yeah, we have to wait a few days for all the mail-in ballots and everything. Come on, guys. I just need 3 more subscribers. Y'all hit me up. Go ahead and hit that, because I didn't ask you for nothing, just to subscribe and hit that like button. When you hit that like button and subscribe, I'd be happy. I'm not asking for nothing else. Nothing. Okay? Just hit that like button. Here we go.
Make a difference in terms of how people voted. And then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now. And I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated. And here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. Yes. They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is, we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy, but what he would actually do to the economy, the policies he will put forth.
Let me just pause this, guys. Anna, what you say? I got you. Guys, I'm at 5K. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hit 5K with you. Guys, thank you. I appreciate you holding down the fort tonight. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Miss Smith. Thank you.
Regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we're talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020.
Right.
These are extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? Yeah. We're not, you know, when you look back at what happened in 64 or what happened in 72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 point, like
right. One of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Yeah. Like we're just in a completely different world than that. And what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So like there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this, right? And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on,
right?
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's, you know, millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces. But like, it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that in mind.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. and some of them,
they're right, they're correct.
And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats and they basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits, immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%.
Yeah.
That is not great news for Trump or MAGA or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But yeah, it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
But it also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy of the world.
Yeah. It absolutely
That the only reason there's a positive economic outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean, this is the inflation numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers are all off the charts positive, but even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world, to me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since, because we voted today or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country where all the economic indicators were going down, you would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
And there was nothing else for the Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy and they put a plan forth for one going forward. And what Donald Trump has offered is only going to worsen the economy.
And also the polling above the economy was democracy is actually the number one thing and so there was a tremendous concern about what might happen to us if we are no longer a democracy. That was also at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy, and yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations being set. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Well, I first want to say that, you know, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle, and everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. It hit in this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I am hearing there, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch, lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know if I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that there are enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign, the vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins.
Yeah.
The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
we are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin, and looking at those two states in the context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is in now, I believe, slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats. And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means if this all happens, this is very depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about the Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important.
Yeah.
And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Kornacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there. But we flipped some already. And Hakeem Jeffries may be the most important person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at a landscape, Michael Steele, in which Donald Trump does get the White House and they have 52, 53, 54 seats in the Senate, all eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder, first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster, right? We're all calibrating our sort of psychological profiles by the hour. I wonder how you're sort of looking at the state of play and what you're thinking on, focused on.
Well, look, the thing about that strikes me about where we are right now is, in many respects, you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida?
Yeah.
Right? To actually draw the line in the sand.
Although,
But
can I just say, 50,
Sure.
these numbers, again, this is a quickly moving storm front, but I believe it was 57% of Florida voters voted for.
But you knew what.
Guys, that is something to think about. Women's reproductive health. That is a biggie. That is a biggie. A man don't have lady parts. Only a woman know what we go through. And if a woman decides to give up her body parts just for 4 years or for a lifetime, just because she's sick in the head, that's some shit. I don't curse, but damn. Because a man can't tell you what to do with your body. That's sick there. I'm just going to say it. That's sick. That's sick. Oh, Lord. And y'all know what I'm talking about. If you're a woman, you know what I'm talking about. If you ain't a woman, shut the fuck up right now. Just let us have our moment for a second.
One thing, that 2016, focus group where I saw a young mother. I've tell a story of a young white female suburban mother of 2 divorced. When asked why she was supporting Trump, said he's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's happened, white suburban women tonight
Still voting for Donald Trump.
are still voting in a bigger number than you would think for Donald Trump.
Well,
Can I say two things?
I just will say, and yeah, I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling.
They ain't
about
voting on their body
Donald
at
Trump
all.
and his strength and the fear mongering he's done around immigration
We're gonna
and
see what
the
happens.
fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And, I'm not entirely sure it is a
see
sort of
what
list
happens.
of kind of policy pros and
Oh, I'm
cons
not
that they're
saying that
going
at
in
all.
there.
I think it's mostly
Yeah, I think you
emotional.
have to
All I
understand the
can do
voters. I
is
just think
shake my
about
head.
Governor Phil
Just
Murphy,
shaking
who
my head.
after New Jersey was very, very close in that 2020 race. What was that? It was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and his own internal focus groups. And what he saw in the focus groups of these voters that went out and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here? He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this. And we will have to ask them more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come. And again, the election is still not over. Okay, it's not over. So all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is there were many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first Black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. And that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right. And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Alsobrooks now join the ranks of Black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari figures in Alabama, a district that was created because people in Alabama, with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so many others, went all the way up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts created in Alabama, in Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority Black districts, and now there's more representation. These are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first Black Speaker of the House. So there are many things that are happening tonight, and I think that everything, everywhere, all at once.
With that,
And all over your head at the same time.
I send it back to you, Rachel.
Joining us now from a tabulation center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am, because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote, they essentially all go to one location and they're counted, and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're likely not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process. Just look at how wide open this entire room is. And we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots in this room alone for the state of Wisconsin. And when you talk to Republicans in this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now, reaching out to us saying that, one, they don't think that Vice President Kamala Harris got enough vote out of Dane County. That's in Madison, big college area. But two, we know that Milwaukee is usually the last to post its results. And when you look at the margin right now in Wisconsin, with Donald Trump currently ahead with about 100,000 votes, if I'm telling you there's only about 107,000 ballots here that will be posted later tonight, Republicans are pointing to that and saying that they are very skeptical that the vice president will be able to make up that total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places where votes are outstanding right now, but it's because of what you're seeing here, the fact that we're waiting on a lot of these ballots to come, that Republicans in the state are saying they're very optimistic, guys.
Shaq Brewster for us in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be coming back to you, Shaq. And Parks has some follow-up questions, but I have to interrupt my own train of thought to bring you a call. For the second time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state. NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia, in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got two called thus far, in Georgia and in North Carolina, per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the seven of the seven states that we consider to be battleground states, two, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called by NBC News as of this hour, both of them called for Donald Trump. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, two counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia.
Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far. And unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, that Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins the state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close-fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer. But NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney. It will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is huge because in the event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of two Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in a national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won that race, despite losing the national popular vote, he won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 a.m. and I'm punchy. Like mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called and as we watch for additional flips, and ads, we're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it, with leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, yes, you heard that right.
Let me just say this, just photo, Kyle, let me just say this. I don't like that statement. Shut down the border, murder some rapists coming over in droves. I don't like that statement. Okay? Just because I let everybody speak their mind, that don't mean you go fuck wow. Okay? We're still going to respect each other in here. But if you piss me off, I ain't got to respect no damn body. Okay? What are you talking about coming over from the border of rapists and murderers? Shit, we got that here. Just because somebody say they are, that don't mean they are. Y'all about to no, I'm reading my comments now. I'm going to
And
get
in
back
that
to
note
this,
that Jen
guys.
O'Malley Dillon sent out.
But I'm reading my comments. Okay, let's not get
It's
crazy.
much appreciated.
Yeah.
Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks at Howard, you could see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, it's close, or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math. Sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so
when y'all come in, give me a shout out. Let me know you're here. I don't like people just popping up and then start the shit. Let me know you coming in. That way I know how to deal with you. If you just pop in, I don't know how to deal with you. Thank you, Mary.
have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden. And then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment. And maybe still hopeful too. But I've been thinking a lot about them as well, because it's been quite a 107, 200 days for them as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's important to say that, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic flawlessly run campaign. She had Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true.
Yeah.
And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people,
I agree
because
with
this
Joy
is where
on
it
that.
gets dicey, is
couldn't
that
have ran
the
a
fact that we
better,
now have to
smooth
wait
campaign.
for more vote to come in. That is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that
It's the
needs to
same
come
thing
in, and it
happened
must
with
be
Hillary,
counted because those
guys.
are also legitimate votes.
Yep.
This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right
Thank you,
now.
Mary.
And anything
Thank
that
you.
changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding people that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had Russia, someone maybe with a Russia, VPN, or maybe in Russia, calling in death threats. And those death threats were going, let's be clear, minority Black and indigenous counties.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, there's some demon people
And 2
in
points
this
on
world
that.
today.
One, to reinforce what Joy is saying and what we know, but the truth bears repeating, we are counting all the votes and following the facts.
Yeah.
Please,
We
I
are
don't
not
think
in a
people
race to
understand
get the
the
facts. We will follow them,
ramifications
and they
of
will come when they come.
what's getting ready to happen. So what I'm going to do, sit back and just shake my head. Just shake my head. Sit back and shake my head. Be shaking my head. That's all I can do. But you can't. Because one thing about me, ain't shit for me to fear. You know why? I'm not going to tell nobody why, but just shake my damn head. There is the morning. Yep, it's going to be in the morning. Well, some is in the morning on the East Coast. Right now, they got morning time going on.
Is more pessimistic than optimistic.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is let you all tell me how you feel right now. I'm going to pause. So, because I said I'm going to pause, I don't need no motherfucker in my damn chat telling me back to the audio. You can kiss my ass first. So, I'm going to do what I want to do. I want to hear from you all. How do you feel? I would drop my link. I don't trust these bastards to come up. Because some people are going to act a damn fool, and I don't want to have to act a fool. So I'm going to just chill. But I want to know how you all feeling. So when I ask you how you're feeling, watch how you talk. If I don't like the way you talk and you're acting a damn fool, the only person that can act a damn fool is me. And I don't really act a damn fool. Y'all just got me. Somebody in this chat got me fucked up with what they said. And like I tell you, when I'm good. I don't curse. But when you rub me the wrong way or try to tell me what to do, I tend to, once I get started, I don't know when to shut the fuck up. Because I can go head to head with anybody. Shit, I may even drop the link and let you come up so I can rip you up in shreds then. But anyway, I want to hear how you all are feeling, okay? So let's be mindful, all right? I'm feeling sad too, Mary. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link so y'all can let me See how you feeling? No, I'm not gonna drop the link up because I ain't got time for no crazy ass folks to come up and then pull their clothes down or not have clothes on. Because shit, I may have to find your ass. You wish I'd never found you then. So we ain't gonna do that. Thanks for the call out. I have several family members who are immigrants from Cuba. Okay. Boston, South Africa. Africa, no hate here, just facts. Okay, well, you didn't sound like it. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. Ms. Fifth, I'm in Newport Beach, California. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's still early there where you are, not as late. How do you think people are going to handle? I love California. Lisa, yep, I may need an extended vacation after this election. Shit, you and me both. I need one too. Oh, Lord. My husband was talking about taking everybody on a vacation about a month ago. I may have to go. Yes, I may have to go. Oh, Lord. I'm hollering. Me too. Shoot, girl. But we still got to tomorrow. Okay? Keep hope alive. Not facts. Hell, that's Fox. Oh, I don't know what he's saying. I feel great. I'm glad I found the lone MSNBC stream on here. Not really any demand on here from MSNBC. Oh, Debbie's still here. Joy comes in the morning. Thank you, Debbie. I'm so glad to see a good face. Debbie. Let me ask you a question since you're still here. I didn't know you were still here. You want me to drop the link so you can tell me how you're feeling, Debbie? Let me know if you want me to drop this link. I love to hear from you, Debbie. Where they at? Oh, no. I'm feeling sad. That's right, Pinkie. Get them straight. See, I'd be trying. You know what, Lisa? I'm really, really good. I just don't know when to, like today. I tried to be as good as possible. I was going over court docs. Had somebody act a fool. Shit, I spent over an hour. We wasn't reading no court docs like I supposed to. No, I didn't. When I got them. Keep holding on, Mary. Hey, Pinkie, I feel great. Thanks for asking. I'm glad you do, Ryan. Glad you do. I feel great too. I'm really feeling great. Who ain't he? I checked them. Tell me, respect her channel. Who the fuck? Who ain't he is? Who you talking about? Mary? Who ain't he? I'll check them. Oh, tell me, respect her channel. Oh, no, I got him straight. Shit, I blocked so many damn folks this morning, even tonight. I blocked 4 people already tonight, and shit, got one with a question mark here. I'm still waiting on them to act a fool sitting here. I got their name down here with a question mark. So, because I haven't done this much blocking in a day in a long time. I'm far from sad. You are all great company. You're right. I'm not sad at all. Shit. Is anyone here going to move out of the U.S.? No. Because they don't know who they're fooling with when they fuck with me. No. They bring their poor ass, regular ass up fucking with me. They'll be wishing. Shit. They'll be wishing they can get some Medicare, Medicaid or something. Because they has to be in the hospital if they ain't pushing up daisies. They can't act like they do here in any other country, though. They're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere either. Shit. I got too much. Still in hope. I'm still got hope. Yes. Okay, Debbie, I'm going to drop the link. I'm dropping a link from Debbie. See, I know Debbie locked the back of my hand. See? Debbie, I dropped the link for you. Up and down, or left and right. I just retired, and my plan has always been to line 6 months traveling and live abroad, and the other here in the States. That's nice, Lisa. I like that. I see you dropped under 5K subscribers. You know what, guys? I just got 5K, so don't be fucking with me, Jess. Let me just see. Because if you fucking with me, I'm going to kick your motherfucking ass. Don't fuck with me right now. Wait, Debbie, hold on for a minute. I'm going to check something. Because if you fucking with me, I'm going to kick his motherfucking ass. I don't like nobody to fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Yes, see, y'all be trying to take me out of character. Don't take me out of them goddamn. You motherfucker, I told you, don't fuck with me, Jess Photo. I hope you break your motherfucking legs tonight. Trip over your own goddamn toe and break your motherfucking legs. You foolish ass scumbag sitting up in my chat. You make me. I just banned your motherfucking ass. And you the one I was had a question mark by. Your ass ain't coming back up in my damn chat no more. Don't fuck with me. Let me just get this out of the way, Debbie, okay? Because these motherfuckers think I'm playing. My page is a viewing channel. Oh, I'm not talking about you, Mary. I'm talking about that motherfucker I just had to drop his ass like a hot potato. Just, what's his name? Justin Kilgore. His stupid ass. Don't fuck with me. Did you drop subscribers? Ryan, now if you fucking with me too, don't fuck with me. Ryan, you better take that shit back. Don't fuck with me. Are you fucking with me right now? Tell me now. Then get the motherfucking ass out of my chat. Are you fucking with me right now? Because I know what I just saw. See, y'all come in here to play with somebody. But see, I don't play. I really don't. You take that ass to some of them sorry ass content creators and y'all play with their ass. You don't be playing with me, motherfuckers. Shit. Y'all take that over to some sorry ass fuckers and play with. You don't play with me. Because I don't give a damn. Don't ask me shit unless you trying to give me. Subscribe to my channel. Now I just banned your damn ass for asking. Don't ask me shit about whether I dropped out of under 5K. Unless you're not here to click the button and shit, click the like button and click subscribe, shut the fuck up. Don't ask me shit about that. Y'all done lost your motherfucking minds. Thank you. They're pissing off Pinkie. We're here for the election. They trolling ass. I just blocked his damn ass too. I'm blocking him on all my other damn channels too. Make sure their ass don't come back up on none of my motherfucking channels. While we was watching the election, I did block 4 people on both of my damn channels. Now I got to go and do Justin Kilgore and Ryan B. Make sure their ass don't ever come back up. Don't let me see them in somebody else's chat. I'm sure gonna shout their ass out. Let them know you got a troll, a dirty ass troll in your chat. And make sure they get his ass out. Who ass do you need to kick, Miss Pinkie? Motherfucker have better straighten up and fly right in here. Shit, he better. Shit. Y'all, they should know. Shit, Pinkie don't walk alone. Thank you, Miss Smith. Okay. Hi, Debbie.
Hey, Pinkie, how you doing?
I'm doing just great. I hope you're feeling good.
I feel good. I would just say the election is gonna take some time.
Yeah.
We don't have to give up. We just keep praying.
That's
See, God got a way of changing things.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not a quitter and I never give up. Because I believe all things are possible through the Lord Jesus Christ. And don't feel sad. Let's just keep praying. And that's what we have to do for Kamala. Just keep praying. All the ballots haven't been counted. So we just give it some time. These are humans working on ballots. And if anybody ever worked a poll, they know that it takes time. And it really does. So I'm not giving up. I'm just going to keep praying because we all know what he going to do if he get in there, So we just got to stay prayerful and let God work this thing out. That's the way I see it.
I like what you're saying, Debbie. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I ain't giving up at all.
No.
But
and for everybody in the chat, say a little prayer.
Right.
Let God know how you feel so he can take into account and work this thing out as he see fit. Let God's will be done, not mine.
Right.
Because no matter what happened, God got us all.
Right.
So therefore, put it in his hands. Don't worry about it and let him work it out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's all we can do is pray.
That's all.
Yeah. And I just blocked another person. Well, I'm loving this blocking folks. Shit, I done blocked so many damn folks, close to 20 people today. I've been having a good ass time today, Debbie, blocking folks.
Sometimes you have to do that for your peace of mind.
I never blocked that many people in one day, but I'm writing them down. So I'm looking at the numbers. Damn. And then from this morning to the night, gosh. But they deserve it. You don't know how to come to somebody's house and act right and be respectful. I just take your butt out.
They don't need to be here no way. If they disrupting what you got going on, they don't need to be here. Just like you block them, you'll get some more subscribers. So we ain't gonna worry about that. We ain't gonna let the devil come in and destroy what God has given us.
Right.
And that's joy.
That is true. Right.
So let them find they'll find their way in their tribe. Let them go where they need to be.
That's right. That's why I help them along. Just block theirs,
Yeah.
then they can go find what they want to find.
No. But like I say, it's not all is not lost. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up, you know. I believe God got this thing, you know. The people can say what they want to say, this, that, and the other. I'm not giving up though, because like I say, it's some more ballots have to be counted, and we don't know what those ballots say.
That is true. But you know, like last time, the ballot said one thing, and with the help of Putin, somebody just said they was, you know who, and just took their yellow head ass, orange head ass up in the White House. So, with the help of his
I don't think that's
boyfriend,
gonna happen again. I don't think that's gonna. My thing is though, I don't even see why he was allowed to run with
because we
his
got
background and the things that he done. I just don't understand that
right.
part of it.
No, but you know what? That's that white privilege that he got.
And that's why I said all this
And I'm gonna
rigged
be.
from the
And
beginning.
if don't nobody like what I'm saying, fuck y'all, because I'm telling the truth. White privilege got it. So that's what happened. So you can kiss my ass if you don't like it. Go ahead, Debbie.
You know, that's that to me, that says a lot, you know. He's above the law. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
At least
Yeah.
they think he is. I don't. Because God has his own laws.
Yeah.
You know. So
I just got rid of another person I just banned. Friends without. I don't know what the fuck was his problem. Friend without. I just took his ass out too. And Jay and Ryan and Justin. I don't know what the fuck their problem was. I just listen to you for a moment, just follow what you're talking about, then I just take your ass out. That's all. I take your ass out once I take you out.
well, they need to be gone if they just, like I said, if they causing trouble, you're doing what you have to do, you know?
All right.
So
They're gonna
let them
tonight.
be.
Just go ahead and give me 15 people to come. Y'all go ahead and make it 15 for me. Just keep clowning.
Let's just keep our eye on the election.
Yeah,
We got bigger fish to fry.
election.
We ain't got time to be bothered with them.
That's why I blocked their ass. I don't say shit no more. I just read what they're saying after a while, and then I just delete their ass for good.
You know,
So
Nevada.
Nobody have to know.
I'll be glad when Nevada get their ballots in, and you know, like I say, joy comes in the morning. You know, them people been working hard today on them polls and everything. They kind of tired. They need to get some rest and come back with a fresh eye in the morning.
Yeah.
That's all. You know, humans need rest. They not robots. You know.
You're right.
So we just keep prayers up for Miss Harris, Vice President Harris. Just keep prayers up.
Yeah.
You know.
Now we'll be keeping my prayers up tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep good as a rock. I always sleep good though, so yeah.
Yeah, get some good rest. We're gonna wake up in the morning and come with a fresh eye, just like the people that's working in polls.
That's right.
You know.
That's exactly. And you know what, Debbie, I want to talk about. I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. Oh, you know, I didn't finish giving everybody the information on those documents I did today. You know that?
Yeah, I kind of figured that, but I figured you'd do it another time.
Yeah.
You know.
Because they want to. I don't remember what happened, but somebody ticked me off.
That's all right.
Right. Because they messed it up for themselves. Because it's like everybody want to know what was the amount, what was the settlement amount, what's the payoff amount. Did you get any sense of it? What else happened? So you know, they act crazy. So no, I just cut it off. I ain't telling nobody nothing. I just stopped. And I'm like I said, I may do it tomorrow or I may not. So they mess it up for themselves. Depends on how I'm feeling. I may not get back around into it next week. Because like I said, if somebody had the information, they'd have been put it out there a long time ago. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, so y'all didn't get your own self a disservice. So yeah.
I just hope that girl got enough to pay the man.
Think
Whatever
about
it
it.
is.
If she had enough to pay him, she'd have been paid him. They gave her 45 days. She taking all them days to get her finances straight. That means that you know she already in the hole. Because
She running around on all these talk shows. I hope she get paid for it.
She probably asking them to pay her right now. But that's why she getting off the show, because she don't want nobody to see her fall, because the girl is falling already. She is falling already. And she's trying to keep up the facade, but it's not working. And maybe it's working on other people, but it ain't working on me, because I called it when I first started talking about him last year. I called it. I used to say it all the time. It took everybody a long time to believe what I was saying. But so, no, she perpetrating again. Perpetrating the fraud. So I'm just going to let her go ahead and perpetrate a fraud. Yeah.
Well, I just hope she can hold her end of the bargain, because it's going to come out and it's not going to look too good for her.
But you know, he ain't going to let it go. That man is too smart.
Woo! Man, smart. She's smart as a whip. She thought he was a nerd, and she thought she could just mess over him.
Right.
No. He said, oh, no, wait a minute now.
Wait a minute. I like that, Dick. What you said, he said, wait a minute.
Wait a minute now. Hey.
He's telling her to hold up. Hold up. And she is getting whooped. Ooh, my Lord. And that's why, you know what? If I do finish talking about it, I may just do it as a pre-recorded.
Okay.
I may do it as a pre-recorded, but I need to work on Demon Boy.
What has he done? What he done?
More than girl. When I say what he had done, ooh, Lord, you thought the other stuff I talked about and let out. Oh my God.
He done did everything but went found a job, hadn't he?
For everything. You know what? I think he may be my subject for tomorrow, because I don't have to do nothing. I already got everything. I got it with the pig nose, but because then just turned me off on that one. I may have to wait on her for a moment. Is this white privilege? I grew up in the white evangelist church. They've been planning this for 50 years. I left. I can't stand the hypocrisy. You got to know what it is, Ed. I got white people in my family too. My granddaddy, he's half white, but you don't know he's half white. My granddad looked just like any white man you want to see. That's why he had 2 driver's licenses, because you couldn't tell he was white. I mean black. He had a white driver's license and one that said he was black. That's how good he was.
Now, wait a minute. I'm looking at this. Now, this man not finna come up here and declare he done won, is he?
Yes, he is. You got to remember, this man, Donald, don't have good sense.
It ain't over yet. Wait a minute.
You know what? He does things that no other person get a chance to do. no other person get chance to do. He can grab him by the pussy. He can rape anybody he wants. He can wish for the death penalty on kids. He can do anything he wants. He can tear down the country. He can have them to storm the building. And we all saw it ourselves, the Capitol. He can have them do any done thing. He get away with it. Because the only thing they see is that orange hair and that orange face that he had dyed. The wrong color, though.
He didn't win Pennsylvania, did he?
Let me see. I don't know yet. Until they said, I'm not calling it. I think it's too close to call. Yes, too close to call. It's too close to call. Yeah.
I need to get.
Say, but I'm not fooling with him. People forget stuff. The world was on lockdown and a vaccine too. Like what they thinking? He was thinking for himself to check out to the people, and we people had to bounce back. Yep, you're right, Mary. If a Democrat did or say 5% of what Donald did and said, they'll be disqualified from anything, the media would finish them off. Ain't nobody have to finish them off, but the people that say, oh, you eat dogs, and you eat cats, you eat people, you eat children. Oh, Lord. Shoot, give me a break. That's when I know people, them folks have lost their doggone mind. Well, I've been knowing they lost their doggone mind. That's why I don't pay them no attention. I really don't. I don't pay them no attention. I really don't. I don't want to waste my brains on them. I really don't pay. You know how most people pay them attention? I really don't. I don't give them the light of day. Yeah, she's out there buying all them luxury items, but the thing about it, she still haven't paid. Think about it, all the money she owed, all the money, all the stuff that she owes, and haven't paid people. And if you're used to committing crimes like that, of not paying people, taking the money and not paying people, you're gonna continue. Just because somebody's gonna step in and bring your business out of the gutter and give it some life, pump life into it, that don't mean. And then you got to remember, when you're a sewer rat, a gator rat, hood rat, you don't look at the big picture because you're uneducated, you're foolish, and you're dumb, just like your nasty mammy was and still is. You just, the minute you see a little money coming your way, then you want to get rid of the person that brought the money there. Shit, sound like some people I know. I got those kind of people in my family. That's why I had to cut their asses off. Had to cut them off. Cut them off. And no matter what they say, I don't listen. I don't listen. I don't care what they say. I don't care. Like my stepdaddy told me, house burnt down. Okay. When did it burn down? No. Did I give him anything? No. Did I help? No. Why? You want to know why? Because it's a never-ending story. That's not being rude, I tell you. I don't like nobody to fuck over me. Shit, I get a bit vicious sometimes. Donald is like Bush ass. I call him Donald, guys. I don't call him that T word. I call him Donald because that's what the name you would give a child. that acts up all the time. Shit, he haven't grew up past 10 years old. He's not fit for anything. He ain't even fit to even wash his own drawers. I never did like the man. Still don't today. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, Debbie, did you want to say anything before I see what they're talking about?
Oh, no. Let's see what they're talking about.
Okay. You can call him. Debbie.
You can get Justin the block.
Debbie. How did you know I was getting ready to say that? I'm glad you caught on. I got that that ninja out of here, and that ninja popped right back in. I need to go and block him on my but he can do whatever he want to do. It's like, go and play with somebody else. Why do you want to play with me? He's like the type of person that you go RAPE a woman just because she don't want to talk to you. Yeah, I said it. He's that type of person. I don't want to play with you. Go play with somebody else. Go play in somebody else. Go find a man and play in his drawers. He's that type of person. It's like psycho, sicko. I was doing fine with him until he acted the damn fool and tried to tell me what to do. And then because he's just like Martell, one of those kind of people that act a damn fool and shit. Thank you for the $1.99 super sticker. You're right. You came right into my chat and just give me a super sticker, not knowing what if I was a crazy person sitting up here running this chat. You're going to give a crazy person $1.99? You're going to give a crazy person? What if I cuss you out before you even as soon as you walked in my chat? You're going to give me $1.99? I don't know you from Jack or Jill. And first of all, you didn't come in and say hello to nobody, not even me, and it's my channel. That's a red flag for me. When people pop up in my channel, and they don't say hello to me or nobody, they just start running their motherfucking mouth, they'll let me know you ain't here for the right thing. You here just to start shit. No, I'm not cool to you. And you ain't all right. You ain't right. I don't know who the fuck you are. Before you start doing any damn thing, let me just word to the wise. When you come in my damn chat, say hello to me. I don't care how you say it, but you're going to say something to me. Otherwise, I look at you with the side eye. When I look at you with the side eye, I keep my eyes on you the entire time you're in my chat. Because people that want to be in my chat and come in my chat for a right reason, they don't just pop in and start talking shit. You don't just pop in and just fuck the content creator or the host. You're going to go straight for the juggler. No. I don't. No. So I got rid of that person. I don't want your $1.99, your $2.99. You can gave it to me so many times. I don't even want the shit. I don't take anybody's money. Okay, $1.99 don't rattle my experience. Okay. These people are trying to play with me, Debbie.
Don't give them the satisfaction.
Yeah, I'm not giving them satisfaction because they just want to play. If I want to play, I'm going to go and play with somebody that want to play. That way, I know these are psychos. So not everybody got good sense. And a lot of people, they're psychos and shit. And you get psychos on the internet.
You sure do.
Just don't know who to play with and shit. They hide behind their computer with their damn clothes hanging off and no underwear on and socks and boots, no underwear and shit, and hair looking all crazy, and they stink, and they hide behind their computer because they can't get a woman or they living miserable, they hoarding and stuff. I don't fool with them. Y'all have to excuse me. Tell them, Debbie, I'm nice though. I'm nice, Debbie.
She real nice. Yeah, she just don't like to be played with, and people can understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I say block them and keep it moving.
Yeah, I don't like to be played with because
nobody does though. Nobody does.
Me one time, you're on my shit list from that day forward. You ain't gonna ever get off it. Because once you play with me one time or say shit, come across one time wrong, or you come in my damn chat and you don't speak to me, I ain't got to speak to you. Shit, you came to my house. Once you come in my chat and act a damn fool the first time, you're on my shit list. You're on my shit list. That's it. You can't get off it. And who knows? I may block you that day. I may not. I may watch your ass for a while. It's just like me watching a damn ant in a little jar. I may just watch you for a while and see how crazy you are. That's all. Okay, Debbie. Okay, guys. I was gonna stay here as long, but I ain't got time for all these fools. I'm not talking about y'all in the chat. I'm talking about all these people I just blocked. Shit, they was gonna it was like, damn, I'm almost hitting just in one night. I ain't talking about from this morning in just one night. Damn, y'all giving me 15. It's like so many people. I'm almost at 15 people to block in one live. Who knew that having this dumbass Donald part of the election will bring out all these psychos? Yeah, I said it. All these fucking psychos. Now, you can be a Republican and not be a psycho, but I'm just talking about the psychos, the foolish ones, the crazy ones, the ones that stormed the Capitol. That's what you call crazy as fuck. You're going to go breaking and entering, doing criminal acts for somebody that don't give a damn for you. Don't give shit for you. Don't give a fuck about you. Y'all got to do all that crazy shit. Get your ass locked up, get your house taken away, lose your job and everything for a crazy fuck. I'm about to attempt to get some sleep. It was nice to chat with like-minded people for a moment. Be blessed, ladies. Thank you, Pinkie. I'm getting ready to go sleep too, Ann. Let me see. Pray, Aunt Debbie, and I'm Pinkie. Thank you. You get you some rest too. Debbie, we're going to be calling tonight. I tried to stay up, but these fools popping in because when we get off here, then I'm going to go permanently block those suckers.
Well, you get you some rest. Get you some rest.
I am, but I'm going to
block. We're going to come
suckers
back tomorrow.
Yeah, but I need to block them suckers permanently.
Block. Do what you got to do.
Yeah. Then I'm going to go to sleep. It won't take me but a minute to do that. But I'm going to do it on all of my channels. Yeah. I'm block them because I don't feel like fooling with them.
Well, you just let me know what time you're going live tomorrow so I can be here. And you have a good night. And I'm going to get some rest too.
You too. Get you some sleep. All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Ooh. It's been an eventful night. When I say eventful, it has. Thank you all for being here. Don't play on her channel. Be respectful to her and her channel, period. Yeah. But y'all don't realize I'm so nice. I am. Once I get started, I don't know when to be quiet. I try to be good. I really do. But thank you, Mary, for being here. Everybody, thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and get on out of here, and I'll see you all tomorrow. I will be going live tomorrow. I don't know whether I'm going to have to talk about some of these criminals tomorrow so they can break the internet again, or do I talk about what I really want to talk about this election. We'll see. I'll let y'all know. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming in. All right. And let me say, thank you guys for helping me to get to 5K. Thank you for helping me to get to 5K. Thank you. All right. Now what we need to do, work on another one of my channels. I bet you all say, when I say another one, yeah, I got 3. Oh, Lord. But yeah, we're going to work on one at a time. Okay? All right, guys. Thank you all so much. And I appreciate everything. You all go ahead and get you some sleep. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.